Greetings, my friends, new and old. My name is Sage, and I'm here to guide you through the history and lore behind the wizarding world. Feel free to get cozy and relax, or even fade into deep slumber as we dive into this video's theme, Hippogriffs and Their History. The earliest ideas that would eventually give rise to the hippogriff did not begin as a creature of flesh and feather, but as a question. For much of early magical history, witches and wizards grappled with how the magical world reflected the natural one, and whether magic merely revealed what already existed or actively reshaped it. This question mattered deeply to early magical scholars because it defined the boundary between discovery and creation. The hippogriff emerged from this uncertainty, occupying a space that felt simultaneously ancient and impossible, familiar and unsettling. Long before hippogriffs were formally named, early wizarding texts from Europe describe encounters with beings that seemed to defy natural division. These records, often written in fragmented marginalia rather than formal bestiaries, speak of winged horses glimpsed at high altitude, or eagle-limbed beasts seen standing watch over mountain passes. In most cases, these sightings were dismissed as exaggeration, illusion, or confused encounters with more ordinary magical creatures. Early magical culture lacked the standardized classification systems that later generations would rely upon, and as a result, such accounts floated uneasily between folklore and scholarship. The symbolic roots of the hippogriff can be traced to two animals that held immense meaning in both magical and non-magical societies. The horse, long associated with strength, loyalty, labour and partnership, was one of the first animals with which wizardkind formed lasting bonds. Magical horses appear repeatedly in early spellcraft traditions, often tied to agricultural charms, weatherworking, and long-distance travel. The eagle, by contrast, symbolised vision, dominance of the skies, and divine perspective. In magical philosophy, birds of prey were frequently associated with heightened awareness, prophecy, and the ability to see truth from a distance. The idea of uniting these two forms was not initially biological. It was philosophical. Early magical thinkers speculated that certain creatures embodied ideals rather than functions. A being that could master both land and sky represented balance, authority, and freedom, restrained by responsibility. These concepts appear repeatedly in pre-medieval wizarding poetry and allegory, particularly in texts concerned with leadership and restraint. It is within this symbolic environment that the conceptual hippogriff took shape, first as metaphor, then as possibility. Unlike chimeras and other overtly artificial hybrids, the hippogriff was never described as monstrous in its earliest references. This distinction is important. Chimeras, manticores, and similar creatures were consistently framed as violations of natural order, often linked to dark experimentation or magical hubris. The hippogriff, by contrast, was described with reverence. Early texts emphasized dignity, beauty, and pride rather than terror. This suggests that even before its physical existence was confirmed, the hippogriff was imagined as a creature that demanded respect rather than fear. The lack of early physical specimens did not prevent hippogriffs from appearing in magical art. Illuminated manuscripts from the late early medieval period include stylized depictions of winged equine figures with avian forelimbs, often positioned alongside kings, judges, or travelers at crossroads. These images were not instructional, they were aspirational. The hippogriff functioned as a visual shorthand for authority earned, rather than imposed, for power that required humility to wield. Such imagery reinforced the idea that if such a creature existed, it would not submit easily, nor should it. As magical zoology began to formalize, scholars struggled with where the hippogriff might belong if it were real. Early classification attempts relied heavily on dominant anatomy, which would have placed the hippogriff among avian creatures due to its wings and forelimbs. Others argued that its hindquarters and temperament aligned more closely with equine species. These debates reveal an underlying discomfort with creatures that resisted singular categorization. The hippogriff became a theoretical stress test for classification systems that assumed clear boundaries. It is important to note that the hippogriff does not appear in early dark magic treatises. This absence is significant. Creatures born of dark experimentation are typically accompanied by extensive warnings, procedural notes, or moral condemnation. The hippogriff's omission from these texts suggests that it was not understood as the product of forbidden magic. Instead, its eventual emergence appears to align more closely with natural magical evolution, however rare and poorly understood that process may be. By the time hippogriffs began to appear in more reliable magical records, the groundwork for understanding them had already been laid. Wizards encountering them were not starting from ignorance, but from centuries of symbolic expectation. This may explain why early confirmed sightings did not provoke widespread panic. The hippogriff felt familiar, even when its physical reality challenged existing assumptions. The hippogriff's earliest place in magical thought, then, was not as a beast to be conquered or exploited, but as an idea made flesh. It represented a convergence of symbolic meaning, natural magic, and philosophical longing. Long before hippogriffs stood in paddocks or were taught in classrooms, they existed in the wizarding imagination as a reminder that not all power yields to force, and not all creatures are meant to be owned. This foundation would shape every future interaction between hippogriffs and the magical world. The question of how hippogriffs came into being has occupied magical scholars for centuries, and unlike many debates in magical zoology, this one has never settled into a single, dominant explanation. At its heart lies a tension between two competing impulses in wizarding culture: the desire to catalogue and control magic, and the recognition that some magical phenomena resist intentional design. Hippogriffs sit precisely at this intersection, challenging assumptions about authorship, responsibility, and the limits of magical intervention. One school of thought holds that hippogriffs are the result of deliberate magical breeding. Proponents of this view point to the long history of wizarding experimentation with animal traits, particularly during periods when magical ethics were less formally codified. They argue that the technical challenges of combining avian and equine physiology would not have been insurmountable to skilled witches and wizards, especially those familiar with advanced transfiguration and early forms of magical genetics. According to this perspective, hippogriffs represent a rare instance where intentional hybridization produced a stable, self-sustaining species rather than a fragile anomaly. However, this argument encounters immediate difficulty when examined against known laws of magical breeding. Even in eras marked by experimentation, successful creation of a viable hybrid species was exceedingly rare. Most known hybrids required continual magical reinforcement or were incapable of reproduction. Hippogriffs, by contrast, are capable of natural breeding, producing offspring without ongoing magical intervention. This reproductive stability strongly suggests a natural origin rather than an artificial one, or at the very least, an origin so distant that any initial magical influence has fully integrated into the creature's nature. An alternative theory proposes that hippogriffs emerged naturally in regions of intense ambient magic, where environmental conditions allowed unlikely traits to converge over generations. Magical hotspots, particularly mountainous areas far from sustained human habitation, are known to produce unique flora and fauna. In such environments, the boundaries between species can blur in subtle ways, guided not by wandwork, but by long-term magical pressure. Advocates of this view suggest that hippogriffs evolved slowly, their dual anatomy emerging as a functional adaptation to both rugged terrain and aerial navigation. This natural emergence theory is bolstered by the hippogriff's internal coherence. Unlike many artificial hybrids, hippogriffs do not display obvious physiological contradictions. Their musculature, skeletal structure, and magical core function in harmony rather than tension. Magical healers who have studied hippogriff anatomy consistently note that their bodies behave as unified systems, not patched together compromises. Such coherence is rare in creatures produced through forced magical means, which often suffer from instability or shortened lifespans. Still, the absence of definitive early records complicates both positions. Hippogriffs appear suddenly in reliable magical documentation, without the gradual trail of experimental notes that often accompany deliberate creation. At the same time, they're too rare and geographically limited to fit neatly into standard evolutionary models. This has led some scholars to propose a third explanation, that hippogriffs are an example of what is sometimes called convergent magical emergence, where symbolic archetypes and natural magic reinforce one another until a concept becomes physically real. This idea, controversial though it is, draws on ancient magical philosophy that treats belief and symbolism as active forces rather than passive reflections. In cultures where certain forms are repeatedly imagined, depicted, and ritually reinforced, magic itself may begin to favour their manifestation. Under this framework, the hippogriff did not emerge solely from spellcraft or environment, but from sustained cultural expectation, interacting with natural magical law. It is an explanation that unsettles more empirically minded scholars, yet it persists precisely because hippogriffs seem to align so closely with long-held symbolic ideals. What is clear is that hippogriffs differ sharply from creatures known to be the products of dark experimentation. There is no record of early hippogriffs exhibiting aggression beyond provocation, no evidence of magical decay, and no trace of the instability that marks artificially forced hybrids. Their pride, often mistaken for hostility, is consistent across generations and environments, suggesting an ingrained behavioural trait rather than an induced one. This consistency argues strongly against recent or unethical magical origin. Equally telling is the hippogriff's relationship to magic itself. Hippogriffs possess an innate sensitivity to intent, responding not merely to actions, but to demeanour and respect. This sensitivity mirrors that of certain highly intelligent magical beings rather than beasts shaped through domination. Creatures born of coercive magic typically respond to control mechanisms. Hippogriffs respond to relationship. This distinction has been central to arguments that they were not designed to be owned but encountered. In the end, the question of creation versus discovery remains unresolved, and perhaps intentionally so. The wizarding world has grown increasingly cautious about assigning authorship to living beings, particularly when doing so implies ownership or responsibility for their existence. By allowing the hippogriff's origins to remain ambiguous, magical society avoids reducing it to a product. Instead, it is treated as a presence, rare, demanding, and deserving of ongoing respect. This ambiguity has shaped every subsequent interaction between hippogriffs and witches and wizards. Whether born of magic, environment, or collective imagination, hippogriffs entered the world not as inventions to be perfected, but as realities to be understood. That distinction would prove critical as humans and hippogriffs began the slow, often uneasy process of learning how to exist alongside one another. When hippogriffs and witches first encountered one another in documented history, neither side was prepared for the other. These early meetings were marked not by immediate conflict, but by hesitation, misinterpretation, and a profound lack of shared language. Wizards, accustomed to creatures that could be categorized as either dangerous or docile, struggled to understand a being that responded neither to force nor to passive observation. Hippogriffs, for their part, reacted sharply to what they perceived as arrogance or intrusion, particularly when approached without acknowledgement. The earliest reliable accounts describe hippogriffs occupying liminal spaces, high plateaus, coastal cliffs, and mountainous regions where human presence was minimal. These environments suited a creature capable of both flight and ground dominance, but they also reinforced separation. Wizards who encountered hippogriffs in these settings were often travellers, scouts, or scholars rather than settlers. As a result, initial interactions were brief and poorly contextualized, leading to exaggerated reports of hostility and danger. Many early injuries attributed to hippogriffs stemmed from misunderstanding rather than aggression. Wizards approaching with drawn wands, speaking incantations aloud, or attempting to observe too closely were perceived as threats. Hippogriffs respond acutely to posture, gaze, and tone, cues that early observers fail to consider relevant. In several recorded incidents, what was later identified as a defensive strike was initially catalogued as unprovoked violence. Only centuries later did scholars recognize the consistent behavioral patterns underlying these encounters. Over time, a pattern began to emerge. Hippogriffs did not pursue fleeing humans, nor did they attack without clear provocation. They guarded territory, responded to perceived disrespect, and withdrew when acknowledgement was offered. This consistency slowly shifted wizarding perception. Instead of being framed as unpredictable beasts, hippogriffs began to be understood as sentient creatures with defined boundaries. This recognition marked a turning point in how they were approached and recorded. The concept of respect became central to early successful interactions. Some of the earliest handlers reported that simply lowering one's head or pausing at a distance reduced hostility. These gestures were not initially interpreted as ritual, but as instinctive acts of caution. Over time, however, they were repeated, refined, and eventually formalized. The bow, now synonymous with hippogriff etiquette, likely originated as a human attempt to mirror submission behaviors observed in other proud magical creatures. As these informal practices spread, the tone of written accounts changed. Descriptions of hippogriffs shifted from alarmist language to measured observation. Scholars began noting individual differences in temperament, suggesting personality rather than uniform aggression. This was a significant conceptual leap. To attribute individuality to a creature was to acknowledge a degree of intelligence and agency that demanded ethical consideration. Still, trust developed slowly. Hippogriffs did not tolerate repeated intrusion, and early attempts to domesticate them failed entirely. Unlike horses, they resisted confinement and rejected prolonged proximity without mutual recognition. Wizards who attempted restraint or magical compulsion were often met with violent resistance, reinforcing the growing consensus that hippogriffs could not be subdued without consequence. This realization prompted a broader re-evaluation of wizard-creature relationships. Hippogriffs became an example cited in early debates about consent and cooperation in magical handling. If a creature could not be forced without harm, then partnership, however limited, was the only viable path. This principle would later influence how other intelligent magical beings were classified and treated under emerging magical law. By the late medieval period, hippogriffs were no longer viewed as anomalies to be conquered, but as rare beings whose presence demanded restraint. Encounters became less frequent but more deliberate. Wizards approached with purpose rather than curiosity, and hippogriffs, in turn, displayed less defensive behaviour. This mutual adjustment did not eliminate risk, but it transformed fear into caution and curiosity into respect. The early relationship between hippogriffs and wizardkind was defined not by domination, but by negotiation. Each encounter added to a slowly growing body of understanding, one that emphasized humility over control. This foundation would shape every subsequent chapter in hippogriff history, setting the terms by which coexistence, however fragile, could begin. As wizarding society moved deeper into the medieval period, hippogriffs began to occupy a more defined, though still limited, place within the magical world. Their rarity ensured they were never common sights, but their growing symbolic weight meant they were increasingly present in the cultural imagination. Hippogriffs became associated not merely with wilderness, but with thresholds, between regions, between authority and freedom, and between restraint and power. In several medieval wizarding communities, hippogriffs were regarded as guardians of remote routes rather than obstacles to be removed. Mountain passes and cliffside paths known to be frequented by hippogriffs were treated with caution and, in some cases, reverence. Travellers altered routes rather than provoke confrontation, and local magical traditions developed that framed these creatures as wardens rather than threats. This perception reduced conflict and allowed hippogriffs to remain largely undisturbed. Hippogriffs also began appearing in heraldic symbolism during this period, particularly among older magical families who wished to project authority tempered by honour. Unlike dragons or basilisks, which emphasised domination through fear, the hippogriff conveyed a more restrained message. It suggested that power could exist without cruelty, and that strength demanded recognition rather than submission. This symbolic use further separated hippogriffs from creatures associated with dark magic or conquest. Despite their symbolic presence, practical use of hippogriffs was limited. Attempts to employ them as mounts or messengers were rare and often unsuccessful. Hippogriffs did not respond well to utilitarian treatment, and efforts to train them without establishing mutual respect resulted in injury or abandonment. Wizards quickly learned that hippogriffs were not tools to be harnessed, but beings whose cooperation could not be assumed. There are scattered records of individual witches and wizards forming working relationships with hippogriffs during this era, though these were exceptions rather than norms. These partnerships were typically short-lived and highly personal, relying on trust built over time rather than formal training. Such relationships rarely survived the death of the human partner, reinforcing the idea that hippogriffs bonded selectively and temporarily. As broom travel became more reliable and widespread, the practical incentive to engage with hippogriffs diminished further. Brooms offered predictable, controllable flight without the ethical complexity of interacting with a sentient creature. This technological shift likely spared hippogriffs from exploitation, allowing them to retreat further from human-centered magical life. Medieval magical literature reflects this transition. Hippogriffs appear less frequently in instructional texts and more often in moral or philosophical works. They are invoked as examples of dignity, self-governance, and the consequences of arrogance. Stories caution against approaching without respect and frame injury as the result of human failure rather than animal malice. The medieval period also saw early efforts to protect hippogriff habitats, though these were informal and localized. Communities that recognized the value of coexistence passed down oral guidelines about avoidance, respectful distance, and seasonal movement. These practices were not codified into law, but they represent some of the earliest conservation-minded behaviors in wizarding history. By the end of the medieval era, hippogriffs had settled into a paradoxical position. They were widely known, yet rarely seen, symbolically powerful, yet practically distant. Wizards understood enough to avoid reckless engagement, but not enough to fully integrate hippogriffs into society. This balance, precarious though it was, allowed hippogriffs to persist largely on their own terms. The medieval chapter of hippogriff history thus reinforced a pattern that would continue for centuries. Whenever wizarding society attempted to impose structure or utility upon them, resistance followed. When restraint and acknowledgement prevailed, coexistence became possible. These lessons, learned slowly and imperfectly, would later inform the formal rules and laws that governed hippogriff interaction in the modern magical world. The gradual codification of hippogriff handling etiquette did not arise from a single decree or governing body, but from accumulated consequence. By the time wizarding institutions began to formalize standards of magical education and creature management, there was already a long history of avoidable injury tied to misunderstanding rather than malice. Hippogriffs became a focal point for a growing realization within the magical community that intelligence and pride in non-human beings required a different framework than control-based handling. Early attempts to formalize etiquette drew heavily from observational accounts rather than theory. Wizards who had survived repeated encounters without injury were consulted and their practices compared. Patterns quickly emerged. Successful interactions consistently involved deliberate pauses, lowered posture, and an absence of sudden movement. Most importantly, they involved acknowledgement before approach. What had once been instinctive caution began to be articulated as intentional respect. The bow emerged from this process as the most visible element of hippogriff etiquette, but its meaning was often misunderstood by early practitioners. It was not submission in the human sense, nor was it an act of dominance. Rather, it functioned as a declaration of mutual recognition. By lowering the head and averting the eyes briefly, the wizard signalled awareness of the hippogriff's autonomy and power. The hippogriff's response, a mirrored bow or deliberate stillness, indicated willingness to engage further. Equally important was the codification of eye contact. Sustained staring was identified as a provocation, interpreted by hippogriffs as a challenge rather than curiosity. Instructional texts began emphasizing controlled gaze, encouraging handlers to observe peripherally rather than directly. This adjustment alone significantly reduced incidents of aggression, underscoring how profoundly hippogriffs responded to subtle cues. Language, too, was addressed. Early handlers noted that hippogriffs reacted poorly to raised voices, shouted commands, or incantations spoken aloud during initial contact. As a result, etiquette guidelines advised silence or soft speech until rapport was established. This principle later influenced broader magical creature handling protocols, particularly for beings sensitive to intent rather than sound. As these practices spread, they were incorporated into formal magical education. Advanced creature handling apprenticeships included hippogriff modules, not as demonstrations of control, but as case studies in restraint. Students were taught not how to command, but how to wait. Failure to follow etiquette was reframed as a lapse in discipline rather than bravery, marking a subtle but important cultural shift. The codification process also involved defining boundaries. Wizards were instructed never to approach hippogriffs carrying weapons, active enchantments, or concealed magical devices. Such precautions acknowledged that hippogriffs perceived not only physical threat, but latent magical intent. This recognition placed hippogriffs among a small category of creatures whose awareness extended beyond immediate sensory input. Resistance to these guidelines did exist. Some practitioners argued that ritualized etiquette anthropomorphized beasts and undermined wizarding authority. However, repeated legal disputes following hippogriff-related injuries increasingly favored the creatures. Courts began recognizing failure to follow established etiquette as contributory negligence, a precedent that would later be enshrined in magical law. Over time, hippogriff handling etiquette became less about hippogriffs alone and more about the wizarding world's evolving self-image. It represented an acknowledgement that power did not equate to entitlement, and that coexistence required behavioural adaptation. The rituals themselves remained simple, but the philosophy behind them marked a significant departure from earlier, more coercive approaches to magical creatures. By the time these standards were widely accepted, hippogriffs had become teachers as much as subjects. Through consistent consequence, they had forced wizarding society to articulate principles of respect that extended beyond a single species. These principles would soon find expression not only in classrooms and manuals, but in the legal frameworks that governed magical life more broadly. As hippogriff handling etiquette became more widely understood, it inevitably collided with the developing structures of magical law. The wizarding world, increasingly governed by centralized authority and standardized regulation, was forced to confront a difficult question. When injury occurred during an interaction with a hippogriff, who bore responsibility? The answer, refined over decades of dispute, would reshape how magical creatures were classified and protected. Early legal responses to hippogriff-related incidents were inconsistent. Some courts treated hippogriffs as dangerous beasts, placing full responsibility on the creature, regardless of circumstance. Others recognized contextual factors, particularly when evidence suggested provocation or negligence. This lack of uniformity led to mounting pressure for clearer guidelines, especially as hippogriffs began appearing in educational settings and private reserves. The turning point came with a series of high-profile cases in which injured witches and wizards were found to have ignored established etiquette. Testimony from experienced handlers, combined with growing documentation of hippogriff behaviour, shifted judicial opinion. Courts began acknowledging that hippogriffs operated according to consistent, knowable principles, and that failure to respect those principles constituted contributory fault. This recognition marked a significant evolution in magical jurisprudence. As a result, hippogriffs influenced the refinement of creature classification within the Ministry of Magic. They occupied an uneasy position between beast and being, displaying intelligence, emotional response, and moral agency without possessing human language. This ambiguity forced lawmakers to reconsider rigid taxonomies that had previously prioritized danger over cognition. Hippogriffs became a reference point in debates about sentience-based legal protections. Regulatory frameworks began to reflect this shift. Ownership of hippogriffs was restricted, with emphasis placed on stewardship rather than possession. Licensing requirements mandated proof of training, ethical understanding, and suitable environment. These measures were not designed to make hippogriffs more accessible, but to ensure that those who interacted with them accepted corresponding responsibility. Liability standards also evolved. Injuries resulting from provocation, improper handling, or environmental negligence increasingly resulted in penalties for the human party rather than punitive measures against the creature. This represented a departure from earlier practices that favoured containment or destruction following incidents. Hippogriffs were no longer treated as disposable hazards, but as participants in legally meaningful interactions. These legal precedents extended beyond hippogriffs themselves. Other intelligent magical creatures benefited indirectly, as lawmakers applied similar reasoning to centaurs, merfolk, and certain classes of spirits. Hippogriffs thus played a quiet but influential role in broadening the ethical scope of magical law, demonstrating that coexistence required accountability rather than dominance. Despite these advances, enforcement remained imperfect. Rural regions and private estates often operated outside strict oversight, and abuses went unreported. However, the existence of legal frameworks provided recourse where none had existed before. Hippogriffs gained a measure of protection not through advocacy, but through the undeniable consistency of their behaviour and the consequences of ignoring it. By embedding hippogriffs into the legal imagination, the wizarding world acknowledged a fundamental truth: power does not absolve responsibility. Magical law, shaped by repeated encounter and consequence, began to reflect a more reciprocal relationship between humans and the creatures who shared their world. This legal recognition would prove crucial as hippogriffs entered more visible roles within educational and institutional settings. Hippogriffs' eventual presence at Hogwarts marked a significant shift in how these creatures were understood by the broader wizarding public. No longer confined to remote landscapes or specialist reserves, hippogriffs entered an environment dedicated to instruction, experimentation, and youthful inexperience. This transition was approached cautiously, shaped by centuries of precedent that emphasized restraint over exposure. Early records suggest that hippogriffs were introduced into Hogwarts curricula only after extensive debate among faculty. Concerns centered not on danger alone, but on the philosophical implications of teaching students to engage with a creature that could not be compelled. The decision to include hippogriffs reflected confidence in established etiquette and a belief that education, when properly framed, could reinforce respect rather than erode it. Care of magical creatures professors historically played a decisive role in shaping hippogriff encounters. Those who approached instruction as spectacle or challenge saw higher rates of incident, while those who emphasized observation and preparation reported calmer interactions. This variation reinforced the idea that hippogriffs responded not to authority, but to tone and intent. Students encountering hippogriffs for the first time often carried preconceived notions shaped by stories rather than experience. Initial fear was common, particularly among those accustomed to creatures that could be controlled with spells. Instruction, therefore, focused less on bravery and more on patience. Students were taught that confidence without respect invited harm, while hesitation, tempered by awareness, created safety. One of the most enduring lessons hippogriffs imparted at Hogwarts was the visible consequence of behaviour. Unlike magical mishaps that could be reversed with healing spells, hippogriff reactions were immediate and final in the moment. This reality impressed upon students that magic did not negate accountability and that ethical missteps carried physical weight. The legal frameworks surrounding hippogriffs were frequently discussed alongside practical instruction. Students learned not only how to bow, but why the bow mattered. Case studies of past injuries and legal rulings were incorporated into lessons, framing etiquette as responsibility rather than ritual. This integration of law, ethics, and practice distinguished hippogriff instruction from most other creature studies. Hippogriffs also influenced Hogwarts culture beyond the classroom. Their presence reinforced broader institutional values of restraint and humility. Students who mastered respectful interaction often demonstrated increased sensitivity toward other intelligent beings, suggesting that hippogriffs functioned as ethical educators as much as subjects of study. The most widely known hippogriff-related incident at Hogwarts involved a failure of respect rather than malice. While the legal outcome is often discussed in isolation, its broader significance lies in how it tested the principles Hogwarts claimed to teach. The incident forced the school to confront whether its instructional frameworks adequately prepared students for real-world consequence, and whether institutional authority could coexist with creature autonomy. In the aftermath, Hogwarts reaffirmed its commitment to hippogriff education, adjusting oversight rather than withdrawing access. This decision signaled trust in the underlying philosophy that guided hippogriff interaction. Rather than treating the creature as the problem, the school treated the incident as a lesson in responsibility. Through their presence at Hogwarts, hippogriffs became symbols of a mature magical education, one that acknowledged power, consequence, and coexistence. They stood as living reminders that not all lessons could be mastered through spellwork alone, and that respect, once lost, could not be conjured back into existence. Beyond the grounds of Hogwarts and the borders of Britain, hippogriffs occupy a far more fragmented and varied position within the wider wizarding world. Their distribution is uneven, shaped by geography, cultural attitudes, and the extent to which local magical communities have chosen coexistence over control. Unlike creatures that thrive in proximity to human settlement, hippogriffs remain largely peripheral, favouring regions where interaction is optional rather than imposed. Confirmed hippogriff populations are most commonly found in mountainous and coastal regions where elevation and open air allow for both terrestrial and aerial movement. These environments mirror those described in early European accounts, suggesting a strong preference rather than adaptation. Attempts to introduce hippogriffs into flatter or densely populated regions have historically failed, reinforcing the conclusion that their presence is tied as much to space and autonomy as to climate. Cultural responses to hippogriffs vary widely. In some wizarding societies, particularly those with strong traditions of creature partnership, hippogriffs are treated as honoured neighbours. Local customs emphasise distance, seasonal awareness, and non-interference, allowing hippogriffs to exist largely unbothered. In these regions, conflict is rare, and hippogriffs are seldom subject to regulation beyond basic conservation measures. Elsewhere, hippogriffs are regarded with suspicion or avoided entirely. Communities shaped by histories of magical creature conflict tend to classify hippogriffs as potential threats rather than partners. In such places, hippogriffs retreat further from human contact, reinforcing a cycle of misunderstanding. The absence of interaction is often cited as evidence of danger rather than a consequence of mutual avoidance. International magical law reflects these disparities. While broad guidelines exist regarding hippogriff protection and handling, enforcement is largely delegated to regional authorities. This decentralization has resulted in uneven standards, with some jurisdictions offering robust safeguards and others providing minimal oversight. The hippogriff's ambiguous classification complicates these efforts, leaving room for interpretation rather than uniform protection. Despite these challenges, international conservation efforts have grown steadily. Cooperative agreements between magical governments focus on habitat preservation rather than population expansion. This approach acknowledges that hippogriffs cannot be managed through breeding programs alone, and that their continued survival depends on maintaining environments where they can remain independent. Scholars studying global hippogriff populations have noted subtle behavioural variations that appear linked to regional treatment. Hippogriffs in areas with long-standing respect practices exhibit calmer responses to distant human presence, while those in heavily regulated regions display heightened vigilance. These differences support the argument that hippogriff behaviour is shaped as much by social context as by instinct. Trade and exploitation involving hippogriffs is rare but not non-existent. Historical attempts to harvest feathers or harness hippogriffs for prestige travel ended poorly, often resulting in injury or long-term population displacement. Modern wizarding society overwhelmingly condemns such practices, citing both ethical and ecological harm. What emerges from this global view is a portrait of a creature that resists standardization. Hippogriffs do not adapt easily to human systems, and efforts to force uniformity have consistently failed. Their persistence across diverse regions owes less to protection than to restraint. In the wider wizarding world, hippogriffs serve as quiet indicators of cultural maturity. Where respect governs interaction, they endure. Where control dominates, they vanish. This pattern underscores a recurring truth in magical history. Coexistence is not achieved through power, but through the willingness to leave space unclaimed. Across centuries of wizarding history, hippogriffs have accumulated layers of meaning that extend far beyond their physical form. While early encounters shaped practical etiquette and legal response, it was symbolism that ensured their endurance in the cultural imagination. Hippogriffs became vessels for ideas that wizarding societies struggled to articulate directly, embodying tensions between freedom and authority, instinct and intellect, and power tempered by humility. In magical literature, hippogriffs are rarely portrayed as antagonists. When they appear in stories, they often function as tests rather than threats. Characters who approach them with arrogance are injured or repelled, while those who demonstrate patience and self-awareness are rewarded with safe passage or fleeting cooperation. These narratives reinforced a moral logic that placed responsibility squarely on the human actor rather than the creature. This symbolic framing distinguished hippogriffs from other hybrid beings. Whereas chimeras and manticores were used to illustrate the dangers of excess or corruption, hippogriffs symbolized balance. Their dual nature was not presented as contradiction, but as harmony achieved through restraint. The union of eagle and horse was interpreted as the reconciliation of vision and strength, aspiration and grounding. Hippogriffs also became associated with thresholds and transitions. In art and poetry, they frequently appear at borders, crossroads, and moments of decision. This placement reflects their ecological reality as inhabitants of liminal spaces, but it also speaks to their symbolic role as guardians of passage. To pass a hippogriff was to demonstrate readiness, not dominance. Educational philosophy absorbed this symbolism over time. Instructors used hippogriffs as illustrative examples when discussing magical ethics, particularly the limits of spell work. A hippogriff could not be compelled without consequence, making it a powerful counterexample to the belief that magic solved all problems. This lesson resonated in a society that often equated ability with entitlement. Hippogriffs' imagery also evolved alongside wizarding governance. In periods marked by authoritarian control, hippogriffs receded from official symbolism, replaced by creatures that emphasized obedience or fear. Conversely, during reformist eras, hippogriff motifs resurfaced, signaling a renewed emphasis on accountability and restraint. Their presence in iconography thus tracked broader cultural shifts rather than remaining static. Even among non-scholars, hippogriffs occupied a distinct emotional space. They were admired without being coveted, respected without being romanticized. Unlike dragons, whose danger inspired fascination, hippogriffs inspired caution, grounded in admiration. This emotional balance contributed to their survival by discouraging reckless pursuit. Myth-making around hippogriffs rarely exaggerated their abilities. Stories emphasized their reactions rather than their power, focusing on how they responded to human behavior. This narrative consistency reinforced the idea that hippogriffs were mirrors rather than monsters, reflecting the character of those who approached them. Over time, hippogriffs became symbols, not of what magic could dominate, but of what it must accommodate. They represented a mature understanding of power, one that recognized limits as essential rather than restrictive. In this way, hippogriffs occupied a unique position in wizarding symbolism, standing for an ethic that could not be enforced, only learned. This symbolic legacy ensured that hippogriffs remained relevant even when rarely seen. Long after direct encounters faded from everyday experience, their meaning persisted in language, art, and instruction. Hippogriffs endured not because they were useful, but because they reminded the wizarding world of a truth it could not afford to forget: that respect is not a spell, and authority is never absolute. Modern approaches to hippogriff conservation reflect a hard-earned understanding that preservation cannot be separated from autonomy. Unlike creatures that can be bred, relocated, or enclosed with relative success, hippogriffs resist management strategies that prioritize human convenience. As a result, stewardship efforts have focused less on intervention and more on restraint, allowing hippogriffs to persist without being drawn fully into human systems. The earliest organized conservation measures emerged alongside expanding magical governance, when increased travel and land development began encroaching on traditional hippogriff habitats, rather than attempting relocation, which consistently resulted in aggression or abandonment. Conservationists identified key territories where hippogriffs had historically nested and established protective boundaries around them. These zones were deliberately kept free of permanent settlements, spell-heavy infrastructure, and routine magical traffic. Stewardship programs emphasize monitoring rather than control. Observers are trained to track population health, seasonal movement, and environmental stress without initiating direct contact. Hippogriffs tolerate distant observation when it remains consistent and unobtrusive, but react sharply to sudden presence or magical probing. For this reason, conservation work relies heavily on non-invasive methods, reinforcing the principle that presence does not require participation. Breeding oversight remains minimal by design. While hippogriffs are capable of reproduction, forced breeding programs have proven ineffective and ethically fraught. Pair bonds form selectively, and interference disrupts established dynamics. Modern consensus holds that population stability is best achieved through habitat protection rather than reproductive manipulation, a stance that distinguishes hippogriff conservation from many other magical species initiatives. Legal protections for hippogriffs are framed around harm prevention rather than utility. Regulations restrict capture, trade, and confinement, but stop short of imposing direct management. This legal minimalism reflects recognition that over-regulation can be as damaging as neglect, particularly for creatures whose well-being depends on independence. Despite these efforts, challenges persist. Climate shifts, magical pollution, and expanding air traffic increasingly intersect with hippogriff territory. Each encroachment tests the limits of non-interventionist stewardship, forcing conservationists to balance protection with the risk of disruption. There is no single solution, only ongoing adjustment. Importantly, hippogriff stewardship has influenced broader conservation philosophy within the wizarding world. It has reinforced the idea that successful preservation sometimes requires deliberate absence rather than action. This approach, once controversial, is now cited in discussions surrounding other elusive or pride-sensitive species. Education remains a parallel component of conservation. Rather than encouraging interaction, outreach efforts focus on cultivating awareness of hippogriff behavior and boundaries. Wizards are taught how to avoid harm rather than how to engage, reframing conservation as a shared responsibility rather than a specialized task. The future of hippogriff stewardship remains open-ended. There are no final safeguards, no permanent solutions, only vigilance shaped by respect. Hippogriffs endure not because they're managed well, but because they're managed lightly. This ongoing balance reflects a broader lesson within magical conservation, that some beings persist best when allowed to remain partially beyond reach. Periods of war and magical crisis have repeatedly exposed the fragility of coexistence between wizarding society and hippogriffs. When order breaks down, the principles of restraint and respect that govern peaceful interaction are often the first to erode. Hippogriffs, sensitive to disturbance and intent, respond to these shifts with heightened vigilance, withdrawing from areas once shared, or reacting defensively to intrusions driven by desperation rather than understanding. Historical records from major wizarding conflicts suggest that hippogriff territories were frequently disrupted not by direct aggression, but by the indirect consequences of war. Forced displacement of magical communities, emergency construction of wards, and intensified spellcasting altered landscapes in ways that made traditional nesting grounds unstable. Hippogriffs did not adapt to these changes easily, often abandoning regions that had supported them for generations. Attempts to enlist hippogriffs during wartime were rare and largely unsuccessful. Unlike creatures coerced through dark magic or binding spells, hippogriffs resisted conscription. Accounts of wizards attempting to compel hippogriffs into service describe swift retaliation or complete disengagement. These failures reinforce the understanding that hippogriffs could not be transformed into weapons without violating the very principles that allowed their coexistence. More troubling were instances where hippogriffs became collateral damage. In conflicts where aerial surveillance and long-range spellcraft intensified, hippogriffs were occasionally mistaken for hostile entities or struck unintentionally. Such incidents were seldom publicized, but conservation records note population declines following periods of sustained magical warfare, particularly in contested airspace. In some cases, hippogriffs acted as early indicators of crisis. Observers noted increased migration away from regions experiencing rising magical instability, even before open conflict erupted. This pattern suggested that hippogriffs perceived environmental stresses that eluded human detection, lending credence to the belief that they were attuned to shifts in magical balance as much as physical threat. Magical crises unrelated to war produce similar effects. Catastrophic spell failures, containment breaches, and large-scale enchantment collapses disrupted habitats in ways hippogriffs found intolerable. Their withdrawal often served as a warning sign, prompting later investigation into underlying instability. Despite these pressures, hippogriffs were never documented as instigators of conflict. They did not attack en masse, nor did they exploit chaos for territorial expansion. Their responses remained consistent with long-established behavior: defend when provoked, retreat when overwhelmed, and avoid sustained engagement with unpredictable forces. Post-conflict recovery efforts rarely addressed hippogriff displacement directly. Attention focused on human infrastructure, leaving habitats altered or abandoned. Only later did conservationists recognize the long-term impact of these emissions, prompting renewed emphasis on protecting airspace and migration corridors during reconstruction. The role of hippogriffs in times of crisis underscores a recurring truth. They are not participants in human conflict, yet they are deeply affected by it. Their vulnerability during such periods reflects the cost of ignoring non-human stakeholders in magical planning. In this way, hippogriffs function as silent witnesses to wizarding upheaval. Their absence marks disruption, and their return signals restoration. War and crisis do not change hippogriffs, but they reveal how fragile coexistence becomes when restraint gives way to urgency. Comparing hippogriffs to other hybrid magical creatures reveals how unusual their position truly is within magical zoology. Hybrid beings have long challenged classification systems, often provoking fear because they appear to blur natural boundaries. Yet hippogriffs consistently defy the assumptions that govern how such creatures are understood, managed, and judged. Many well-known hybrids such as chimeras and manticores, are defined by instability. Their composite forms are often accompanied by volatile temperaments, unpredictable magical output, or ecological disruption. Historical records frequently link these creatures to deliberate magical interference, whether through dark experimentation or reckless spellcraft. As a result, they are typically approached as hazards to be contained rather than lives to be accommodated. Hippogriffs stand apart from this pattern. Their anatomy is not an assemblage of incompatible parts, but a coherent whole. Magical healers studying injured hippogriffs consistently report physiological harmony rather than strain, a trait rarely found in artificially created hybrids. This internal balance supports the argument that hippogriffs are not forced constructions, but naturally integrated beings. Griffins, often confused with hippogriffs due to superficial similarity, provide a useful point of contrast. Griffins combine eagle and lion, creatures associated with dominance and territorial aggression. Their behaviour reflects this lineage, displaying heightened protectiveness and limited tolerance for intrusion. Hippogriffs, by contrast, blend avian vigilance with equine social sensitivity, resulting in a temperament that responds to respect rather than challenge. Thestrals offer another instructive comparison. While not hybrids in the anatomical sense, thestrals occupy a similar conceptual space as creatures misunderstood due to perception rather than behaviour. Both thestrals and hippogriffs are often labelled dangerous because of fear-driven narratives, yet neither exhibits aggression without cause. This parallel highlights how wizarding society frequently mistakes discomfort for threat. Sphinxes, though not hybrids in the traditional sense, share hippogriffs' resistance to domination. Their intelligence and insistence on engagement rather than obedience place them outside conventional beast classifications. Like hippogriffs, sphinxes demand recognition of agency, reinforcing the idea that intelligence alters the ethical framework of interaction. The legal treatment of hybrids further underscores hippogriffs' uniqueness. Most hybrids are subject to strict containment laws, reflecting concern over unpredictability. Hippogriffs, however, are governed primarily through stewardship regulations rather than confinement mandates. This divergence stems directly from behavioural evidence rather than sentimental preference. Ecologically, hippogriffs integrate into their environments without destabilising surrounding species. Predatory balance, nesting behaviour, and migration patterns show minimal disruption to local ecosystems. This contrasts sharply with creatures like manticores, whose presence often necessitates active population control. From a magical perspective, hippogriffs also differ in how they interact with spellwork. They do not exhibit the volatile magical signatures associated with experimental hybrids, nor do they resist magic through corruption or backlash. Instead, they respond selectively, tolerating benign enchantments while rejecting coercive ones. This discernment reinforces their classification as beings whose reactions are guided by intent rather than raw instinct. Taken together, these comparisons clarify why hippogriffs occupy such an ambiguous yet protected place in the wizarding world. They are neither cautionary tales nor triumphs of magical engineering. They are evidence that hybridity does not inherently imply instability, and that some combinations produce balance rather than chaos. By standing in contrast to other hybrid creatures, hippogriffs have quietly reshaped how magical zoology defines success. They suggest that harmony, not control, is the true measure of a creature's place within the magical ecosystem. While much of hippogriff history is discussed in terms of policy, symbolism, and restraint, there are rare instances where sustained relationships formed between individual hippogriffs and witches or wizards. These bonds were never typical, never transferable, and never guaranteed. They emerged slowly, shaped by time, consistency, and a mutual recognition that could not be replicated through instruction alone. Accounts of long-term human-hippogriff relationships emphasize patience above all else. Unlike domesticated creatures that imprint quickly or respond to routine training, hippogriffs required prolonged exposure without demand. Wizards who formed bonds often spent months and sometimes years in proximity without direct engagement, allowing familiarity to develop on the hippogriff's terms. Any attempt to accelerate this process reliably ended the relationship. These bonds were highly individual. Hippogriffs did not generalize trust, nor did they extend familiarity to others associated with a trusted human. This specificity challenged wizarding assumptions about loyalty and ownership. A hippogriff's acceptance of one person did not imply tolerance of their household, colleagues, or successors, reinforcing the idea that the bond was relational rather than hierarchical. In several documented cases, hippogriffs demonstrated protective behavior toward trusted individuals, positioning themselves between the human and perceived threats. Notably, this protection was situational rather than possessive. Hippogriffs did not follow humans beyond shared territory, nor did they exhibit distress when separated by choice. The bond did not resemble dependency, it resembled acknowledgement. Trauma played a significant role in shaping some of these relationships. Hippogriffs displaced by environmental disruption or injured through negligence were occasionally observed to accept limited human presence during recovery. These interactions, however, did not always result in lasting bonds. In many cases, once the immediate need passed, the hippogriff withdrew, suggesting that trust did not obligate continued association. Handlers who mistook proximity for entitlement often lost trust irreversibly. Hippogriffs showed little tolerance for boundary testing once familiarity had been established. This unforgiving consistency distinguished them from creatures capable of reconditioning and underscored the permanence of misjudgment. One recurring theme in case studies is the absence of control. Wizards who reported successful bonds emphasized that they never attempted to command, ride, or direct hippogriffs unless explicitly invited through behavior. Even then, participation was limited and reversible. Any assumption of permanence resulted in withdrawal. These relationships also revealed hippogriffs' capacity for recognition beyond immediate presence. Some accounts describe hippogriffs responding calmly to individuals after long absences, suggesting memory and selective familiarity. This recognition, however, did not override context. A trusted human approaching with altered intent or urgency could still provoke defensive response. Importantly, these bonds rarely survived generational transition. When a bonded human died, hippogriffs did not seek replacement. Attempts by heirs or apprentices to inherit relationships were unsuccessful, reinforcing the understanding that hippogriff trust was neither symbolic nor transferable. The rarity of these bonds has preserved their significance. They are not models to be replicated, but reminders of what coexistence can look like when autonomy is respected. Human-hippogriff relationships, where they exist, do not soften hippogriffs into companions. They sharpen human awareness of limitation. Through these individual stories, hippogriffs emerge not as aloof or cruel, but as precise. They respond exactly to what is offered, no more and no less. In doing so, they expose the difference between companionship and possession, a distinction the wizarding world has often struggled to maintain. The legacy of the hippogriff within the wizarding world is not defined by numbers, dominance, or utility, but by endurance through restraint. Across centuries of changing magical practice, shifting laws, and evolving cultural values, hippogriffs have remained largely unchanged in their expectations of those who encounter them. They ask for no allegiance, offer no loyalty on demand, and yield nothing to force. In doing so, they have quietly shaped the moral vocabulary of magical society. What hippogriffs represent is not an idealized harmony between humans and magical creatures, but a workable one. Their history demonstrates that coexistence does not require closeness, only clarity. Wizards who learned to approach without entitlement found safety. Those who demanded recognition without offering it found consequence. This pattern repeats across every era in which hippogriffs appear, lending their story a consistency that few magical histories can claim. Hippogriffs also occupy a unique instructional role. They teach without teaching, enforcing principles through reaction rather than doctrine. In classrooms, in courts, and in the wild, they reinforce the same lesson, that power untempered by awareness collapses inward. No spell corrects disrespect once it has been shown. No authority overrides a creature that refuses to be ruled. As magical society has grown more complex, the hippogriff's relevance has only sharpened. In an age of expanding magical infrastructure, accelerated travel, and increasingly abstract spell work, hippogriffs remain bound to physical presence and immediate intent. They respond to what is offered in the moment, not to reputation or lineage. This immediacy exposes the gap between what wizards believe they project and what they actually bring into the world. The hippogriff's endurance also challenges a long-standing assumption within magical culture, that progress must involve mastery. Hippogriffs persist precisely because they resist optimization. They cannot be scaled, automated, or improved upon. Their survival argues for a model of progress that includes deliberate limits, a concept that wizarding society has historically embraced only after harm has occurred. In this sense, hippogriffs are not relics of an older magical world, but correctives to a modern one. They remind practitioners that not every success is measurable, and not every relationship is transactional. Some balances are maintained only through ongoing restraint, renewed with each encounter, rather than secured once and for all. Looking forward, the place of hippogriffs is unlikely to expand dramatically, nor should it. Their value lies not in increased visibility, but in continued presence. As long as they remain just beyond routine reach, they will continue to serve as a boundary marker for wizarding ambition, signalling where influence must end. To study hippogriffs, then, is not merely to learn about a magical creature, but to confront a recurring question within wizarding history. What does it mean to share a world rather than dominate it? Hippogriffs offer no final answer, only a standard against which behaviour is measured. As we approach the end of this story, you may find yourself dozing off to sleep, or becoming dreary-eyed, or maybe you're already asleep. In either case, it is time for me to fade away and let the dreams take it from here. Have a good night and enjoy some crackles from the fireplace to help you drift further into your deep slumber.